Hey, Beth. Good morning. How you doing? You got all your snow shoveled? So. Is it?
It's now a sheet of ice.
Yeah. Yeah. It was snowing here pretty hard earlier, and now the sun is out. But
Yeah, they said we might get like an inch or something later today.
yeah.
But yeah.
What do you think, Sheriff? Should we shut things down?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody should go home again today just to recoup from this weekend.
I hear you.
I'm so sore from shoveling.
Because I would not have been any good if you needed.
Yeah.
And I felt bad.
I think all in all, it was a pretty good weekend. I think it went pretty well.
Good.
Little problem with CSP.
That's what I understand. I talked to Carl yesterday, and it sounds like Carl and his crew did a fantastic job.
They did.
And he did mention something about CDOT.
Yeah. Well, my motto for the last 5 years since I've been kind of doing this is CDOT's going to do what CDOT's going to do. You know, and they don't really care about what we're doing. And I will tell them this to their face. I know we're
I was gonna say you're on World Wide Web here.
Yeah, it's CDOT's going to do what CDOT's going to do, and I think what it's going to come down to is we're going to have a meeting with all the local stuff and say, okay, if Idaho Springs gets jammed up, this is what we're going to have to do, and use our own resources to get it done. So
I observed that, and I talked with Rick, and also communicated with Kelly and Carl over the weekend, and going into it and through it. And I also was communicating with Paul Jositis, Steve Harrelson, and Neil Ogden about it. Jositis was up and looked at it. There were two basic fails from my perspective, and I think Rick would agree with this. The first was they deviated from the CDOT was running. They said they even had their supervisors out behind the wheels. And so they decided to prioritize lanes on I-70 and some of 103. And they have a protocol where every second pass, their normal protocol is they're supposed to go up and take care of the ramps. And they decided to blow off that protocol to try to keep lanes open to move people through. That was mistake number one, because, despite that effort, they were unable to keep Floyd Hill open. So then that created the cluster on the highway that filled Idaho Springs up, and the fact that the ramps were full of snow until Carl's crew started taking care of some of them made it even harder for all the people that were stuck in town in Idaho Springs in the snow, that then Idaho Springs couldn't get off the streets because of the gridlock. And so that was number one. The bigger item, number two, was when an incident command was formed and called for the highway to be closed because of that. And CDOT decided to override and not obey that incident command. So there were two basic things that, I can understand CDOT having all hands on deck, and I believe they had everybody they had available, every CDL driver they had out there, they claim. And Paul kept telling me that over and over. They were doing what they could and they were undermanned. But the bottom line was they didn't obey an emergency command from an incident commander in Clear Creek County, and they didn't follow their own protocol to clear the ramps. And that hurt Idaho Springs and made it harder to get people back out of town. And I actually, after the meeting we had Sunday night, Rick, you could have seen the text that I wrote, one of those really long texts that you don't push send to Paul Jositis. And then I decided it was better to write it in a more reasonable tone, and probably run it past Peter and he can run it the other commissioners. It kind of outlined what happened and what the conversations were over the weekend that we had with them and that Rick had, and just get something off to them and suggest that those are two mistakes we ought not to make in the future. If our incident command says it's getting dangerous in Idaho Springs, if a house caught on fire, we couldn't get to it, and you've got the highway jammed up because you can't keep Floyd Hill open, then it's time to shut the tunnel down now. you know, and stop letting anybody else in. And our incident command did it again, and CDOT decided to override. And I don't even know that they had the legal right to. But
One comment I have, I mean, I appreciate that readout. I was on the fire department for 22 years and Evergreen never closed the highway. It was always my belief that the state patrol and or the state were the ones who were vested with that authority. I think we could suggest things, but I don't think we had the legal right to make that call. So
Should
I'm
we,
not-
maybe
excuse
we
me.
should pick this up during commissioner updates?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Or Madam Manager updates or something, but it is 9 o'clock. So welcome to our Board of County Commissioners regularly scheduled Tuesday meetings. First thing on our agenda is public comment. Do we have any public comment? Don't have anybody logged in. Okay, I'm closing public comment. So the next thing we are going to do is jump into executive session for 30 minutes or 28 minutes. So I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
For the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations or developing strategy for negotiations and/or instructing negotiators with regard to fundraising for the Clear Creek Collaborative Care Center, as well as also for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussing personnel matters, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policy pursuant to CRS 24-64024 E and F.
second.
All in favor?
I,
Thanks. All right, everybody, we'll be back by 9:30. Hi, my apologies, everybody. Having some internet challenges this morning. Okay, so the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept of the session and no decisions were made. And the next thing on the agenda is commissioner updates. This is our first time doing this one with this title. And maybe I thought if Sean, Randy, you would indulge me, we could talk a little bit about how we want this idea to work moving forward. I'll share my thoughts. I think what I would prefer is to see just sort of weekly on the agenda an amount like 10 or 15 minutes. I've always, not always.
Total, right?
Total, yeah, that's it. That's the whole meeting. No, so we do, what I think is we could do, we always have a county manager update. So we could just call it a manager and commissioner update and put some time on the agenda and talk about what we've been doing that we need thoughts on, things that we'd like to see on the agenda, et cetera, is kind of a way I'd like to, is my own opinion about how this could work, but I want to hear from Randy and Sean too.
I think that's kind of what we were having a manager's update, and then we decided we'd start doing a little commissioner update, and that's kind of what we were doing, and we called it. So it's what you're describing exactly what we did, and I think it makes sense to try to do that and try to, but I don't think the pressure is necessarily on the commissioner to have like an outline of everything he did for the last week, like Keith's update. It's more like we've each got about 5 minutes and we can use it as we see fit. It might be to say, in the last 2 weeks or the last month or something like that, however we choose to do it, depending on what we said last time, I've kind of worked on this and this and this and this and this. Or it could be, there's this particular item I'm working on, and this is an opportunity for us to talk about it, and I wanted to alert you to it, and it's in the area of, clinic funding or transportation or anything like that that is appropriate for a public meeting. And we use it as that opportunity because we've already got this other thing going on where we're going to be doing updates in particular areas where we're each specializing too. Like in May, we're going to have like a transportation update because I've been working in transportation a lot. I saw it on Keith's schedule. And so since we're already doing those big updates at those times, it seems like just going back, and then we're not burdening every meeting with a half an hour of commissioners trying to find stuff to talk about everything we did for the last month or the last week or whatever. That's just my initial thought on Keith's schedule. And so.
Done?
I think that sounds about right. I know in some counties, it's kind of a embarrassing litany of people's personal interests, and I don't think we've ever done that, and I'm sure we won't. But yeah, I think the important thing is to spend the time on the things that are relevant to the other commissioners, staff, and the community at large. Like there's some stuff I'm working on at the state level that I'll be very brief about because it's statewide and it's not necessarily too dialed into what's happening here in Clear Creek.
Same.
Okay. That sounds good to me. And I mean, 5 minutes of time per commissioner per meeting seems like a great place to start. So that said, maybe we can jump into the meat of the thing. I don't know who wants to start.
Don't everybody go at once.
I have one thing I wanted to bring up, and it'll be less than 5 minutes. We've been talking about getting some alignment with a community foundation. I know Phil Buckland was talking about it before I got elected, and we made some good progress last year. We obviously have lots of other things that we're paying attention to recently, the pandemic, et cetera. But the school district is excited to move forward with Community First. I think Bob Leffler gave us some pretty good cautionary advice that we didn't want to run a community foundation from a local government. So with that said, I think we're close. I think Keith's going to bring up something, and Alyssa has been assigned to this as well. But my personal thoughts are it is appropriate for us to help launch this thing in conjunction probably with Henderson and the school district. And Kelly Duncan, who's the CEO of Community First, is really excited. I think part of it's because I believe it's in their strategic plan to roll out this franchise model. And essentially, quick reminder for those who don't know what I'm talking about, community foundations are really important organizations to help raise money for needs that are specifically within a community, but there's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of fiduciary responsibility that comes along with starting one, and let us set aside having to apply to the IRS for nonprofit status. And this franchise model is something I think that could be a really good fit for us, where we essentially have our own governance, we have our own funds, we raise money just for things that are here inside of whatever boundary we draw. And then we use someone like Community First as a back office. So we get all of their investment horsepower, their fiduciary responsibility, and then we also get all the infrastructure related to Colorado Gives Day. So I'm personally ready to move forward with this. I think that there's some questions out there still with respect to some of the work that we're doing with the Grand Foundation, and they've been excellent in helping us through the pandemic with support for, I think, rent and a couple of other, maybe one or two other programs. But it's my belief that we could move those functions over time to Community First and kind of standardize on one platform. So that's something I've been working on. And the other thing I mentioned statewide, the Treasurer's Office put together a program that was approved with Senate Bill 2200, Colorado Secure Savings Program, where we're going to roll out a statewide, essentially auto enrollment IRA for employers who don't offer a 401k plan. And it's going to be something that's going to get stood up over the next 2 years. And I'm super excited about it, because I think a lot of the reason why people end up not having a lot of financial options down the road is just because it was too complicated and too difficult for them to figure out a way to save money. And this is a program that's going to be a little bit similar to Social Security, in that your job is really going to be to go out there and make money and earn money. And the program will essentially auto enroll you in a savings program that's going to be privately run, but mandated by the state. And I guess that's all I'll say about it for now. But as we're going down the road with this, Colorado will be probably the 6th or 7th state that roll it out. California's done it, Oregon's done it, Illinois has done it. And yeah, the treasurer is super passionate about it, and kind of alongside of it will be some financial education and things that are not related to retirement, but things that are related to the reasons why people don't save money, such as credit card debt, cash flow, that kind of stuff. So there's my 5 minutes.
Great. Randy, you want to go or you want me to go?
Why don't you go?
Okay. So things I've been up to, we've all been participating with Accelerate Colorado and figuring out what their policy agenda is going to be for this year. I did miss the healthcare one. I know last year, something I have my eye on, and I need to reach out to them. Last year, when they were talking about a public option at the state, Accelerate Colorado had decided to communicate with the Trump administration, asking them not to grant the waiver that's necessary through the Affordable Care Act to stand up a program like that. So I kind of have my eyes on that. We saw some stuff come out of another committee of theirs about broadband and about rural economic development. I thought that was good. Of course, I've been participating in CC4CA. They have a very exciting bill this year that is climate hazard mitigation. It's a very small fee on insurance policies that will, home insurance policies that will go into a grant fund that local governments have access to do things like wildfire mitigation, flood mitigation, et cetera. So pretty excited about that one. I've been in every CCI steering committee meeting. They've been really running us ragged with 6 and 7 hour meetings on a Thursday and a Friday every other week since about mid-January. I've taken interest in a handful of bills and testified on them, and one that I'm excited about is inclusionary zoning. I know I've talked a lot about it here, but if the state passes this, I think it would be good for all of our local governments to look into. And basically it says that if you're going to build at least medium density housing, there's going to be an affordable component to it. And you'll say like 15% of units or some percentage of units would have to be affordable at a certain AMI level. Been a lot of interesting economic dialogue around that one, and happy to bring that one to the local level if the bill passes, and might be looking for a position from this board. That's something that I'm curious about. One of the things that came up in testimony on that bill was that Clear Creek hadn't taken a position. And some staff at CCI was like, you're here testifying on this bill, your county hasn't taken a position. Of course, I didn't say Clear Creek County supports it, but we might, other counties spend a fair amount of time digging through bills and deciding what to support. And I don't know if we want to do that or not, but something for us to talk about. I think this has been mentioned before, but I've been participating in NOCO core topic meetings as I can. Been a little bit of schedule conflict with CCI, but I found those meetings to be very informative and educational. And of course, leaving Randy to all of the actual, yeah. Well, what am I trying to say here? I have not been participating in the meetings talking about the process moving forward.
I'm only kidding.
Of course, but these core topic meetings are just about a specific subject that we go through, and they run about 4 hours, and they've been a lot of fun. Of course, the recovery stuff is coming up. You all know we're in line to get about $1.8 million from the federal government, with about 4 years starting in January to spend it. Lots of different ways it can be spent. And so I'm starting to dig into that, as well as moving through ideas for about $170,000 that's left in CARES money. And I know you both have a meeting about that here, and I think it's on the agenda coming up soon. Happy to take any questions, but I think that's pretty close to where we are.
I think you've been really busy from my observations. I guess I'll hit, transportation, there's just been a ton going on. We chaired the CE meetings on the 24th of February, and we got that, got through and finally completed the reassessment, formed out of that a whole ton of additional work, which was to form about 4 different subcommittees: environment, capacity, communication, outreach, and transit AGS. And I've been attending all those subcommittee meetings. Amy is, Clear Creek has providing a lot of leadership into that, which is a good thing. Amy's heading up the environmental subcommittee, Cindy Neely capacity, and then I'm handing up transit and AGS. It was an AGS subcommittee, but we included highway transit since the completion of the reassessment into that committee to make it more broad reaching and have more involvement from CDOT too. We've chaired several of those transit subcommittee meetings, and out of that is about some pretty exciting developments in microtransit, and CDOT is, they renamed their Pegasus project, which is good. I'm glad we're not trying to think of the 21st and 22nd century transportation as using its symbolism to be a winged horse from Greek mythology. It's kind of looking backwards, but we have, the CDOT has narrowed it down to, I think they're switching over from Mercedes to Ford, and they're going to try to they have found funding for it. They're going to be putting about 11 of them on the highway by December for the next ski season. And really what they are is putting smaller buses and shuttles into the bus staying fleet to kind of prove some theories of less energy consumption and higher mobility for the number of people that are riding. The cost per passenger is a little bit higher, but just a little bit. But they think they're going to fill them up pretty fast. They're doing some other kind of scientific studies on the different sizes of buses to prove out the theories of which one provide the best mobility and least emissions and energy consumption. And also I've reached out to Ford and talk to them about they're looking at possibly shipping out some experimental vehicles or something and testing them in the corridor to see if they meet our routes, and CDOT sent the routes to them that they would be used on to see how soon and how far out, to get a better feel for how far out it is until they'll have an electrified fleet of that same version of transit. Also, we met with CDOT and CDPHE individually with the directors of each organization regarding air quality issues. And tomorrow we're having our first core meeting to start laying out exactly what that monitoring will look like. And CDPHE is going to provide yet a third level of monitoring for air quality in the corridor, or air quality in Clear Creek. Actually, they don't have the monitors to do the whole corridor, but they want to put monitors where they've already been monitoring to get a feel for what's going on here, since these are the highest traffic counts anyway. And so what else here? And then work with Incident Command and CDOT a little bit this weekend during the snowstorm, and on a couple of things that were kind of going wrong that we'll be communicating with CDOT about. On transportation infrastructure request, the State Transportation Committee will be looking at both the Floyd Hill project as well as that microtransit stuff tomorrow, and then we can refine our infrastructure request to accelerate Colorado and Joe Negus's office, as well as the DeFazio bill, which is or DeFazio effort to resurrect earmarks at a smaller level than they used to be in Colorado. And one of the things that Transportation Committee will look at is a request from Director Liu to put Floyd Hill in as an earmark into the federal funding package, which could accelerate that project. And we're just kind of waiting for the outcome of tomorrow's meeting before submitting for that. And then also we're working both through CCAT and CCI because of a lot of arguments that are taking place over transportation funding, and recognizing that a lot of times it's kind of like listening to people argue, and you realize they actually agree with each other and they just don't know it. And so the glossary of transportation terminology has been mixing up a lot of people. And so we're putting together a committee of a small committee that I asked for at CCAT at a meeting of a few legislators and some commissioners and some CDOT folks, and ultimately some CCI people too, to try to resolve some differences in understanding about what a lot of the legislature is proposing for transportation funding. NOCO, been going to, of course, the core topic meetings that George mentioned, as well as our exec committee meetings. And we've established a new strategic plan to follow the core topic series, which will be over in a few months, finally. And among those things will be to create a long-term vision for desired conditions in the region. But before that, pilot projects to deal with the expected COVID crush that's going to be happening in a lot of our trailheads this year. So Forest Service is putting together a list, and we're kind of looking at some different things that we can use to manage recreation if we have at the big hits at our trailheads again this year, both information management and helping people know when places are full. And really a lot of work with CCAT and CCI again, and then just on the renaming thing, there's the Wilderness Society's endorsed to change the name of S-Word Mountain to Owl Woman, or the Indian version of that, the Native American version. And the Northern Southern Cheyenne are still discussing a couple of different Native American proposals on Mount Evans, and just that's their discussion for the time being. And they held an education session on February 21st, and that generated that thing that they did generated quite a few letters that we've received recently regarding renaming. And that's it. I mean, that and all the other stuff that you see here at the meetings. So.
I had one super quick question, I think, Randy. I know long ago when NOCO was just getting started, we had this idea about possibly trying to get out in front of that behemoth by doing some recreation plan locally.
Yes.
What's the status of that?
The status of that was, you might remember that Amy reported last meeting or meeting before, I think 2 meetings ago, that she had submitted to CPW for a grant for our local planning effort. And part of the NOCO plan was that by now we would be having individual county efforts happening so that they'd be running parallel and they'd inform each other. And CPW came back and said that was really the wrong bucket of money, that trails bucket, and it ought to be coming out of that state partnership program. And so toward that end, we had a meeting with Dan Prenslow, the executive committee of NOCO, last week. And I asked that specific question. I said, number one, he identified NOCO as, among all the regional recreation planning efforts in the state, as the one that was the number one effort that was the furthest along, that had accomplished the most so far, which surprised me because I'd heard a lot about Gunnison and Chaffee and some of the en route and the other areas. But he said clearly we were kind of miles ahead. And so they're looking at using us as sort of a prototype for how to proceed. So the NOCO region is likely to be one of the regional partners in that state partnership program. And my main question was this is, okay, got it. We recognize, I said two things. Number one, nobody gives up their sovereignty. Counties still get to decide their own rules in their own counties, at least with their own properties and how they work policy. But number two, how's the funding flowing? Because I let him know it's time for us, and we're trying to start our local county planning effort for that right now. And that hasn't been decided, but he said it could work either way. I said, we just need to know, do we apply through NOCO, and does it flow through NOCO into Clear Creek, but we get our own bucket of money to do our own local planning? And he said it could be that, or we might just work directly with the counties. And it was only a 1 hour meeting that was one piece of, but certainly we're talking to him about that. And the object is going to be that we need outside funds coming in from the state to help us do this planning.
Yeah, thanks. I remember that now. And yeah, what I remember too is the CPW did fund some 285 corridor planning work. And so that's kind of another possible path, is carving off a geography that's a little smaller than NOCO. Because I mean, it seems like our interests are pretty similar to Gilpin's. Our interests maybe not quite so similar to a place like Boulder that's within the NOCO footprint.
Yeah, I would probably discourage carving a separate region, but I think they want us to organize within that NOCO effort still. But somehow either it would be a Clear Creek Gilpin part of NOCO that would be creating a smaller plan and maybe applying as a possibility, but we'd still be trying to iterate between the two, the larger regional plan and whatever that smaller regional version is, which would be Clear Creek or Clear Creek Gilpin or something. I think the reason that we weren't getting in with Park is because it was a different national forest, and NOCO started as ARNF. So to restructure that at this time would probably be pretty difficult because of the relationships and the structure of the organization and our memorandum of understanding with the other 5 counties and the federal and state agencies. But that's a good thought, though. It could be a Clear Creek because it's the Clear Creek Gilpin Ranger District of the Arapahoe National Forest. That's not a bad structural idea. And we, a lot of our recreational conduits, I'll call it, our roads and stuff, interrelate between the 2 counties, and we don't really have a connection straight into Park with recreational trails and stuff like that.
And I'm going to suggest that for further discussion on this issue, we certainly can put it on an agenda at a future meeting. Just a reminder that these comment sections are really for commissioners to update and also offer things that they want to discuss in more detail at future meetings. So rather than go on beyond the 5 minutes that will allow commissioners just to bring up some topics of interest for them, I think actual discussion among commissioners probably should be limited to something that's placed on a future agenda.
Well, that's great, Peter, but let me state that today we set it up for 30 minutes. And so I just put this stuff down, and Sean asked a question, and this is subjects that we have talked about in the past on here, and I just thought I'd answer his question informatively. But thank you.
And I'm not criticizing that. I'm just wanting us to be cautious of that.
Fair enough. So yeah, I mean, I look forward to a local process too. I mean, we're getting pretty far down the road, and the reasons why are obvious, that we haven't launched our local process, but also feeling the need for us to get going or continue going on that, whatever it is. Another couple things just popped into my head. I think we were all reached out to by the new local government liaison with Hickenlooper's staff. I had a conversation with him, and not recalling his name right off the top of my head. But I invited him, or I told him that it'd be great if he came and talked to the board. He said it's probably a month or so before he's got his bearings to do that. But if you guys are interested as well, we can try to make something like that happen. And then I just want to make a reminder, Ty Churchwell with Trout Unlimited reached out to us about Good Samaritan legislation. I think it's a pretty small item. And maybe we can see that on a manager update or something. I don't know if, I guess apparently we can't really give direction on small stuff like that during a commissioner update, but something that I'd like to see us pursue.
At the risk of informing another sort of question, that's almost a question about something at the Accelerate natural, I think public lands and water, or version of the Accelerate meeting, we did mention we already have a policy agenda place in support of Good Sam legislation. And Ty had confirmed that that is still an important issue. And so I just let them know at that meeting that Clear Creek's position is unchanged at this time, and we still support Good Sam legislation as a need for our county and places like us. So.
Great. Okay, well, that was a good first shot in a while at that. Thanks everybody for listening.
And Peter,
The
I
next
promise
thing-
the next one I'll schedule 5 minutes. No sweat.
We're still figuring out, I think, what the guidelines are here. In my mind, this was a lot like a manager's update where I could bring something of interest. We could talk about it a little bit, give some limited direction. But if that's not the case, we'll do something else. And it is 9:59. So I think we can just jump into 30 seconds early, the local liquor licensing authority item on the agenda. I see Nanette has just popped in. So what we have here is consideration of approval of renewal of the hotel and restaurant liquor license for Two Bears Den LLC, doing business as the Two Bears Tap and Grill. I think what I need to do here is open up for public comment.
That's correct. And if there is no public comment, you can just approve it administratively. You do not even need a motion.
Okay, so among our listeners here, do we have any public comment on renewal of the hotel restaurant liquor license for Two Bears Den LLC, doing business as Two Bears Tap and Grill? Please click participants, click raise your hand. We can get you over here and hear you out. My dog's got something to say about it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment. I did take a look at the application. I have no comments. I approve the item administratively.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is Board of County Commissioners consent agenda. Do we have any questions about anything on the consent agenda today?
No.
Actually, since seems like we have a decent amount of time, would it be okay if Beth just gave us a quick readout on the Tri-County agreement?
Sure.
Hey, so we used to do this annually a long time ago. We are a member with Kilpin and Jefferson County and the Tri-County Workforce Group. You might remember they have several subcommittees that work on everything from business and economics to workforce initiatives to help people find jobs and help people find jobs in certain industries. They, I guess, forgot to renew the agreement for a few years, and they just now realized it, and so they sent us this agreement. I did run it by Peter. There were no issues, I think, so Peter, jump in if there is, but I think everything was agreeable, and they just sent it out to all 3 counties to try and reinitiate the annual signing of the agreement to work together. So I don't know if that helps or.
No, that's good. I haven't heard this discussed in a little while, and now that explains why. So I'm good with the consent agenda. George.
Okay, great. Well, why don't I read it then? Item number 1 is consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 2 is consideration of approval of Tri-County Workforce Area Agreement.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I probably should have made this comment before, but I'll just state the Tri-County Workforce Board was providing a lot of services in Jefferson County throughout the pandemic that we didn't hear about or receive. And so this is probably an area for us to start to pay attention to if we want to get what we think is our due. One example, didn't they do a bunch of work helping stand up the 5-star program? And I think they also took on processing those $3,000 grants that we weren't eligible for. So they're an organization with a lot of muscle and bandwidth, and it'd be good to get them looking this direction a little bit. I don't know if that would happen through negotiation of this agreement or what, but those are my comments on that. Next we have, well, let me not make a comment and then move on. Does anybody want to respond to that? Okay.
I agree. I think we should maximize all of our relationships. And I think that that's one that I haven't heard much about lately. So it probably deserves a little more attention.
Okay, great. So next on the agenda is interview with Margie Kaspari for Open Space Commission vacancy. And I see Margie is here, and just want to make sure you've got your audio and everything.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Okay. So yeah, we see that you have applied for the Open Space Commission, and we've got your letter here. So I don't know that we need the entire 30 minutes here, but we're just going to ask you some questions about your interest here. And maybe before we jump into any specific questions, I can just ask you to introduce yourself, describe, what your interest is, and maybe anything you've done to build your understanding of the Open Space Commission and what it does.
Okay, great. My name is Margie Kaspari. I live outside of Empire, Colorado. Been here as a full-time resident for going on 7 years. Actually grew up here in the county just because my parents has owned property here since 1969. So been stomping around Clear Creek County for many a year and absolutely just love this county. I actually was officially raised my kids down in the Front Range, down in Littleton in the Lakewood area. So I know the stress that the Front Range is putting on our county up here. So my desire is just to be a helping hand with the Clear Creek County Open Space Commission on making educated decisions on how we should be using our public lands, the opportunity to buy more lands that can be secured as wildlife preservation, opportunity for people to enjoy the lands without neglecting and abusing them. My experience with Open Space Commission basically started, I'd say 3 years ago, when we were looking at fighting a gravel pit that they were trying to build right outside of Empire. So I started plugging in with a lot of those Open Space Commission meetings and trying to educate them, mostly being educated by them on how to work with state and local agencies on moving forward an agenda that would preserve land. So that's how I got more educated with the Open Space Commission. I think it's great. I know they've been around for 20 plus years and been doing incredible work here in the county. So I'm just wanting to hopefully be an asset. That's pretty much me.
Okay, thanks. Sean, Randy, any questions?
I'll wait for now. I know Marge quite well, and she's been kind of a dynamo around the Empire area, working on not just the stuff she talked about, but other things too, in terms of community improvement and looking at the public lands in the Empire area, certainly. So.
I guess I just have a couple other background questions, or one. Tell me a little bit about your interest in recreation and using the lands. Are you a hiker or a cyclist? How are you interacting with the public lands that open space manages right now?
Yeah, avid hiker for sure. It used to be an avid road biker. Kind of stepped out of that when being on the side of the roads got a little bit hazardous to our health. So anyway, put my my time into other things. Do a lot of cross country skiing. So those are the main things. Just really active, being outside every minute I can. That's my sanity, is being out in our backcountry.
Thanks.
Maybe the question I have right now is, among our boards, Open Space Commission is very much a strategic planning body. And so I guess I'm kind of curious, in other places in your life, what kind of strategic planning processes you've gone through, or just what your approach is to strategic planning.
Honestly, I'd have to say I'm pretty new at it. My background is in education, worked at a private Christian school for 13 years. So that's my main background. Other than that was raising 2 kids that are absolutely incredible. But I think, again, 3 years ago when we started fighting that gravel pit and doing work in there, that's when I started getting more educated on kind of like how the county and the state work together to move things forward in a positive way so far as land preservation. So, and since then, year and a half ago, we actually became a nonprofit, Friends of Clear Creek. I've been the president of since that conception of that great organization. And I guess my biggest asset is I'm just a workhorse. I'm not somebody that has a ton of incredible visionary ideas. I'm kind of the person behind the scenes that just somebody says get something done and I get it done. So I guess that could be an asset so far as the Open Space Commission is just being, again, a helping hand and moving things forward in a positive direction to protect our county.
Thank you.
And you have enough time?
Do I have enough time? Good question, Randy. Yes, I think I probably have enough time. I am retired. My husband is also retired. So it just gives me an opportunity to invest my time and my efforts where I think best needed. So I do believe I can find the time. It's, it's making things a priority, right?
And your intention is to be around for some time, is that correct? So that you would hope to be available for the Open Space Commission for, a period of,
Absolutely.
preferably years rather than months.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, God willing, I'm not going anywhere.
That's
We
one
have
that I think
planted our roots.
we always forget to ask people when they're applying for these boards.
Yeah. Well, and that's a very valid question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my husband and I truly plan to be here unless the Lord takes us somewhere else, but our roots are deep here in the county. And that's why I really want to be investing where my feet are, which is here in the county.
Mm-hmm. What are the trends you see, or the things, the greatest needs that you think you see in public lands in Clear Creek, and particularly in open space?
The main thing is just truly protecting the natural resources that we have, protecting the animals that call this area home, preserving the land that we have already. There's so much opportunity for potential development in the county because of the big push from Denver's expansion. So we need to make educated decisions on what is the best use for public lands, for lands that there's potential purchase of, to preserve those lands. So that's my thought, is we just really need to be cautious about the decisions that are going to be made so far as public lands in the next decade, because if we don't make good decisions, we're going to turn into a Summit County or a Grand County over in Winter Park, where everything's condos, and just not what Clear Creek County, I think, what we want to be. I think we want to be unique in preserving land and preserving animals. And, I do understand reasoning for having to bring in some development for housing and such, but, again, that's the Planning Commission, not the Open Space Commission's deal. So working alongside them, hopefully to make some proper decisions.
I had a question about recreation. I think most people in hindsight now think that the Floyd Hill Open Space was a huge success. It, brought world-class multi-use trail system that's been enjoyed by county residents, by the neighbors in Floyd Hill, and by our friends down the hill as well. What are your thoughts about expanding additional opportunities for county residents and for folks who want to come to Clear Creek to spend their tourism dollars?
So are you making reference to expanding the Floyd Hill route
No,
or making new
No,
one?
I mean, I have loosely thrown out ideas such as making improvements to Beaverbrook, which is easy for me to throw out there since it's the U.S. Forest Service land and we don't have any jurisdiction there. But just, I know that there's a lot of robust conversation that happens when it comes to land preservation. I think that that's appropriate. I don't know in our open space that there's quite as much a robust conversation about providing additional recreational opportunities using those tax dollars. And I'm just curious to hear where you stand on that.
Good question. I think there needs to be a balance between what is actually used for recreation. I like the idea of quiet recreation, mountain biking, hiking, those type of activities on some properties. Honestly, I'm totally opposed to ATVs, anything that's creating harm to our backcountry. So if we're expanding property for public use, quiet recreation would be truly my vote. And then again, also preserving land, as it's supposed to be, just the wildlife and that type of thing. So it's really got to be a balance, and I do know the Floyd Hill recreation area is being used a ton. Our challenge in the long term is getting things that they're not loved to death, is maintaining them in the proper mode and not allowing them to be abused, which is tough. Unfortunately, there's so many people coming in to the backcountry and to outdoor recreation that are not educated on how to preserve what they're using. So, I don't know if that really answers your question, Sean, but I think it's just got to be an even balance.
No, that's good. Last question. Have you personally had the opportunity to hike the new Floyd Hill Open Space?
You know what? I have not. I have heard some friends that have hiked it and they said it's nice, but it's definitely more designated for mountain bikers. So for people that are hiking, we've all been there, you're constantly pulling off the trails for the mountain bikers. And I'm not opposed to mountain biking in any way. I've done some of it. My kids are avid mountain bikers. So I have not personally hiked it. If I had to throw in a vote, I could see it in the future becoming either just solely for mountain biking, which would probably tick off the hikers, but or doing an every other day type of thing, as they think they've done one down in Clear Creek Canyon, right? Where it's every other day hike versus bike. So that's a thought.
Yeah, well, the last thing I'll throw in there about that one is it is one of the few trails that I know of in the Front Range that has hiking only options. I ride Centennial Cone a lot. I ride Elk Meadow. I ride Evergreen Mountain, and none of those have any hiker only trails. And there's a way to get from the trailhead all the way to the top of the ridge with no bikes.
Oh, that's great. I did not know that.
Thanks for your interest.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think I have any additional questions either. Thanks for your time and your interest here.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
And sorry, I haven't asked very many questions. I've just known Margie for quite a while and seen her working as a kind of a human dynamo, and she's expressed her interest in the subject to me before, so I'm pretty familiar and oriented to her interest in it.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for your time. And Randy, Sean, I don't know how we have 30 minutes here at 10:30 to discuss the 3 recent interviews we've done. So maybe we can take some time now and then not have to eat up any time at 11 o'clock for a break.
We can dive in if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Just diving in right now to talk about those appointments.
Yeah.
Okay. Where would we like to start? Maybe with the interviews that we did a couple weeks ago.
Whatever's your pleasure.
Okay. It looks like we have, I'm looking for the place in the packet that lists. So, okay. So we have first on our packet here is Randy Parsons. Randy, I believe, was the gentleman who was applying for Board of Adjustments and Planning Commission. Am I correct? And then, so maybe the first thing that I will ask is, Beth, are you able to put up a breakdown of our current Planning Commission? Just who they are and where they live. I know geographic representation is something we look carefully at in constituting this board. Okay, so I'm seeing we have 7 seats, 2 are open, currently 5 are taken. One from Georgetown.
Is Lori
ahead.
Beckel stepping down also, or is she staying on?
I believe she has resigned. Is that correct, Beth?
Yeah, she just disappeared off the, while we were looking at the list, she just disappeared off the list.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
she agreed to do the critical meeting around the broadband rezoning, and then indicated that she was done after that. So thank you to her for sticking in it out.
And then I'm looking down at Board of Adjustment also, since one of our applications was for both.
Yeah, and I think Randy in the meeting said that he had applied to both, but that his interest lay primarily with the Planning Commission.
That's what I recall as well. So our 2 applicants for Planning Commission, one is from Floyd Hill, the other one is from Evergreen. And, you know, before we jump into the meat of the suitability of these candidates for that board, I'm not sure that I want to entertain adding a 4th member from the east end of the county. Right now, 3 out of 7 is, I feel like, sufficient for representation from the east end of the county. Something I wasn't thinking about during the interviews, but that popped into my head in between.
I think there's only one application. I think one application is for adjustments and one's for Planning Commission. So the Floyd Hill applicant is for adjustments, not for the Planning Commission, if I remember correctly.
Actually, Michael Tansey applied for Planning Commission. He's from the Saddleback area.
Oh, okay.
And Randy Parsons, he applied for BOA, but he sounded more interested in the Planning Commission in his interview. So it's kind of confusing.
Yeah, I tend to kind of agree with George. I think we've got 2 Evergreen and 1 Floyd Hill right now, and 1 from Georgetown. And I think creating a little, I think we need more balance than to load it up that way. Now we do have the current Board of Adjustments is a little more balanced right now. And so since we do have one appointment that's filled out on the Board of Adjustments form, I think that's the fellow on Bear Drive that's Sean's neighbor. He did fill out the Board of Adjustments form, and my understanding was he could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the desire for geographical diversity. One thing that concerns me is we're one person leaving away from not having a quorum anymore, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have any interest from other areas. So is it better to have no one sitting in that chair or to have someone sitting in there who isn't from the perfect location?
I don't know. I agree with you, Sean. We've had these seats open for a while. We haven't had any applicants. I know I'm willing to do some outreach and have said this in the past and have not really, just to see who's interested. And my preference is to hold those seats. There's maybe around 6,000 people on this side of the tunnels, and there's got to be a handful of people out there that want to do this. And I think geographic representation, geographic equity is important enough that I don't think I'm ready to support appointing either of these two folks just based on where they live to the Planning Commission.
I would suggest that I think part of the problem is, and I forget sometimes, before I got on the city council in Idaho Springs, that if you'd asked me who my county commissioners were, half the time I would have been hard pressed to say that alone. So I think the awareness that the Planning Commission openings are out there is probably less. There's a lot of stuff we're highly aware of that 90% of our population is not. And I think some more active outreach would be in order. I wouldn't mind taking, especially one of those guys who applied for Board of Adjustment too, and filling this slot on the Board of Adjustments, because I see Idaho Springs, Georgetown, and Dumont all on there, and Blue Valley Acres, Evergreen. So to take the guy that filled out the Board of Adjustments form, who I think, and put him in on the BOA, I think is good. I'd kind of like to do more outreach on the Planning Commission, more active outreach on the Planning Commission. Although I wouldn't want to do it for a really long period of time, because I agree with Sean that we're one seat away from not having a full quorum on there. And has Lori already stepped down? Is she no longer attending meetings? Is that correct? Then Sean's right about that. I'd like to, and I'm not sure what that method of outreach would be. I know Corinne's out there. Maybe she can post that the Planning Commission is, write a little article, the Planning Commission is seeking new members. And that would be my take anyway.
I think that's a good plan. And I would say, I don't want to send the message to interested people in the community that we don't appreciate their interest just because of where they live. So rather than rejecting anybody, I think it might make sense to approve Mr. Parsons for the Board of Adjustment, and then for the gentleman from Floyd Hill, basically just to leave his applications as in a pending status and kind of see where we're at after some recruitment efforts.
I kind of feel the same way. George, are you okay with that approach, or?
I think that makes sense. And I know, to some extent, it might just turn into a responsibility I need to embrace. I know, Sean, you became alarmed about the status of the number of vacancies on the Planning Commission and did some outreach about a month ago. And I can second that outreach and see who we can drum up over here.
Yeah, I think that's what we should do to maintain the balance. And certainly out of this meeting, I don't want to give the intent that we devalue anybody from any part of the county, and including these applicants and from where they're from. I just see it suddenly turning into kind of like one corner of the county. If one corner of the county has 6 of the folks on a 7-person commission, I'm not sure that's good representation across the board, good balance. And so I think we should give it a shot anyway. And then we can see if we can drum up some more applicants on the west side. And I know there's plenty of people that have been active in the past and in different positions like this and may just not be aware that it's open and we haven't done active enough outreach.
I just put up for y'all, just sharing our applicant packet right now for volunteer boards and commissions. These are the vacancies we have right now on a variety of boards. So I just wanted to share that with y'all. And I mean, we are, actively advertising and we can keep doing that. But if you have some applicants that maybe aren't right for one board, maybe they're right for some of these other boards. Just an idea, just showing kind of our inventory. So.
Yeah, and we actually have 3 vacant positions right now, that number on planning commission.
Yeah, that's right.
So we need to get into it. And I would say that's great that we've got that out there. Again, I think we talked about this before, even in some of our COVID outreach and other things that, both social media and newsletters and things like that reach a limited number of people. And so I think some active outreach to people that we know in the community that have held positions, especially if they've showed indications and held positions of responsibility in the past or active in other organizations, we ought to get on it in the next week or two and see what we can find. And actually that whole list. Look at the whole
Okay,
list.
so I agree that it is Randy Parsons. I think he's a great fit for Board of Adjustments. I mean, he clearly can handle it, has attention to detail, experience, etc. Is this a direction thing? Is this a motion thing?
So if you're ready to proceed with appointment of some of these people to these vacancies, just let us know and I can work with Nena and Peter to develop a resolution appointment and we can bring it back to you next week.
Okay, that sounds good. So I think that we're there with those 2 gentlemen, and then we just interviewed Margie Kaspari for open space. Thoughts on that?
I kind of have the same concern that you did about geographical diversity regarding recreational diversity. It still concerns me that we don't have one biker on the entire open space commission, and that there's really a focus towards land preservation, which I think is critically important, and less of a focus on recreational opportunities. But with that said, I think she's obviously someone who's been around for a long time, is very passionate and committed, and I think she would do a good job on the board.
One thing I didn't think of, and I'm just curious about, what is our geographic representation on the Open Space Commission right now? But we should look at that if we looked at the others.
Yeah, open space. Board of Adjustment is maybe a little bit less, but open space, I agree, is one of those that you want to see.
So this one is gone. Okay. So here's your group right here.
We don't have anybody from Idaho Springs. Well, Blue Valley is sort of Idaho Springs.
Sort of Evergreen too.
Right.
Yeah. Kind of a similar dynamic right there. It seems like geographically, it seems like she'd be an appropriate addition. We've got one person from Empire already. Maybe we should have asked Margie if she wants to be on the planning commission.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it makes sense to try to hold a seat for Idaho Springs. I don't think we'd have to be that specific about it. So from a perspective of geography, I don't think I have any concerns. Sean, I hear you about recreational diversity. I think, it really is a dual mission of the Open Space Commission, right? Is acquisition and protection, and then, setting that responsible use level. The thing that sticks out to me is that she seems to be pretty painfully aware of the pressures on recreation management. And when I heard her talking about protection, I didn't hear her saying she doesn't like recreation. I heard her saying that it's really important for us to think carefully about recreation management, and it's a perspective I share. And so, I mean, and just given what we've seen and heard about her community engagement over years, I don't think there's any reason that she's not a good fit.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's something I think we need to continue to work on. Just like I said, that board, in my opinion, needs to be more diverse from that perspective.
Can you put that? I was just looking for it here, and I went to the open space site, and I think I didn't hit the right page on it. I was looking for that list you just had up again, Beth. Thanks.
Yeah.
Actually, I have mountain biked with Peter Monson, and he's a pretty strong mountain biker. So we've got one on there. And I don't disagree with you at all. I was just kind of surprised that when you said that, and as far as the others go, I can't really speak to the others. I don't know about Bob, but I know Peter likes to mountain bike. He's a pretty good mountain biker. And as I recall, he mountain bikes like he skis.
Downhill?
Fast, that's all.
Now, would this be, I see we have 2 associate members, and so the longest standing associate member would become a full member, and she would become an associate member. And associate members attend meetings and participate in conversation and don't have a vote. Is that the case?
Unless one of the other members doesn't show up, which is, I understand, happens pretty frequently.
And we usually defer to Martha and the chairman, the co-chairs, about who they want to promote first. Sometimes they promote the senior associate, and sometimes they promote somebody else. So we usually ask them and give that to you all for your consideration if you want to do the same or if you want to change it.
And one question that I don't think anybody asked, maybe it's obvious, but does the Open Space Commission support Margie as a new member?
Yes, they do.
I figured.
So strong enough, at least, to state it, preference that we have people move from associate to full based on their time in associate. I just think that that's appropriate. I mean, we choose somebody, we get them on the commission, and then when their time's up, they should have a vote. It seems like just a little bit weird that there's another selection process where somebody can sit as an associate member and do their time and then not get a vote.
The only thing I agree with that. The only thing I'm wondering is if somebody is newer but super engaged and putting forth a ton of energy and effort into it, I'm okay with letting the Open Space Commission have the discretion to handle situations like that.
To decide who's the associate and who's the member. I kind of think so, because they'll talk with those people, and also know, I know, for example, Kristen Manwaring has been very, very active. And I just don't know about John Miller, and I don't know what their desires would be, whether they would rather move to full member or remain as associate for that purpose, to be able to fill in for a quorum if necessary, or however that works. And so yeah, I kind of agree with leaving that to the Open Space Commission themselves to know who's best for which slot. I think we put them on to the commission, and the commission can figure it out.
Okay, enough said. So I think that concludes our discussion about appointing to boards. I'm curious, we could jump into county manager updates. We could accelerate that rather than take the next 23 minutes off. I would love for us to have 5 minutes starting at 10:55.
Commissioners, I just crossed over Martha. She wants to provide some feedback for y'all. Sorry, we are on share screen. I did not see her hand up, but she's here now.
Oh,
You
go
guys,
ahead, Martha.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to fill in, and I'm sorry I wasn't on earlier. I had forgot, I hadn't looked to see what time you guys were doing this. The way the Open Space Commission has worked, and Sean sort of said, you often have people missing, but there really is, when everybody is there, everybody participates, and we tend to operate on, I'd say 90% of the time it's on consensus, and we really involve everybody. And the distinction of being an associate versus a full member is because of the way we were structured, but we take input from everyone. So we get active participation, and as Beth said, I think Kristen has been on longer than John, and we usually just move up the senior person, but they all participate, and because everybody has something to offer. The other thing, I know that Mark Cuccinella rides bikes. I didn't hear all of what you were talking about in terms of mountain bikers, but he's called me and talked to me on the phone when he's been out on a bike ride. So we do have people who do recreation as well as concerned with other issues. So we have a pretty good diversity of folks on the board in terms of issues and interests that they have.
Yeah, and I know Mark is, he walks a ton too. He hikes every day out of his house pretty much in Empire. He does the south side and I do the north side.
Thank you for that, Martha. And it's, if the culture of the commission is such that you're not taking a lot of decisive votes anyway, my concerns are, completely ameliorated.
We make votes, but everybody participates. And as you know, we actually have been with doing it on Zoom, we've probably had better participation than we had prior to Zoom, but we've actually had meetings where everybody's been there. But everybody participates and they all contribute, and we listen to everybody, and usually everybody votes essentially. But
Okay, thank you for adding that.
Thank you.
So what do we think here? Keith, are you ready for us to jump into manager's update now?
Yeah, whatever your pleasure.
Did we have direction on Margie? I have direction on Parsons for the Board of Adjustment and the hold of Tansy's application for the Planning Commission. But I'm sorry, I missed the part about if we're going to appoint Margie or not.
I think Tansy is pending. Is that what you said? I didn't hear. You're right. He's not, not an appointment to the Planning Commission. Yes, right. The appointment to Board of Adjustment, and I think yes to Open Space. Is that what I have heard?
That's what I thought I had heard. Yes, we would appoint Margie to Open Space.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Keith, it's all you.
Thank you, Board. Just a few quick updates. I just wanted to keep you in the loop on what's happening with the EMS fire request for proposal. I know that we've had some previous conversations relative to that. The deadline for the submittals from prospective consultants was last Friday. We received a total of 5 applications for consideration. And the next steps, as I see them anyway, would be, number one, we need to determine who's going to be reviewing the applications and who will be determining the list of consultants that we want to interview. And I know this is a little bit unique because we've got a couple different agencies that are involved here, that being EMS and fire. So I'd be curious as to what your thoughts are relative to who should be on the selection and the interview team. And then once we do that, we'll have to establish the dates and times for the actual interviews. Then we move forward and hopefully select the consultant relative to the outcomes of those interviews, and we enter into an agreement. And we'll have to talk about how we set that agreement up, since again, this is very unique in the fact that we've got 2 different agencies involved. And then once we have the agreement, then we start the process for the feasibility study, and then complete the process, and the consultant will present the findings that they have come up with. So, George, I'll turn it back over to you, but I think we just need to have a quick discussion as to who is going to be involved in the process.
Yeah, we spoke about this on the Fire Authority board, and I sent an email out saying that we might need to get on the agenda next Tuesday to talk about, between the ESD board and the Fire Authority board, how we want to do it. In my mind, if we find that, not the chief executives, but if we find that Brian, Monsu, and Kelly Babian agree on a strong opinion towards one, that might be sufficient for me. But Randy, Sean, I don't want to over-direct this thing. So I don't know what your thoughts are.
Oftentimes, like processes I see at the state level, whether it's CDPHE doing grant scoring, we actually have a rubric and we score things. Maybe rather than just make it discretionary for two individuals, it would be appropriate to do something a little bit more scientific and copy what, you know, the state of Colorado does.
Okay, so are you talking about putting together a review team, or trying to put together a group of people to build a rubric and then interview and all that? Or
I think it should be a good representation of who gets to vote, and it doesn't have to be complicated. The rubrics that the state uses has like 4 or 5 different things that you vote on, and you vote anywhere from 1 to 5 points on each one typically. And then the state of Colorado is doing the same thing for the Secure Savings Plan board to hire the investment consultant and the program consultant. It seems like it's a process that's less open to, well, it's just more empirical, I guess I would say.
I'm happy to go with something like that. Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have very strong feelings one way or the other. I don't like to overthink it, but I also, if there is a good, simple solution, but I also want to get it right. I like a high quality result. And also I think it's good since there is, you know, I get a little bit of it depends on the applicants, the view of the applicants by the boards and the directors. There may be an obvious solution that's easy. On the other hand, by taking an approach that Sean talks about, I don't think it hurts anything other than a little bit of complication, which we can endure. And the other thing it adds is perhaps a little credibility that somebody thinks it was a more open or balanced process. Beyond that, I really don't. So obviously I don't have a whole lot of really strong opinion about it. I have a lot of trust for the people that are involved, and Brian and Kelly, and honestly for you two commissioners as well. One of you is a firefighter and the other one's on the fire board. So if it doesn't require all 3 county commissioners to be involved at some level in that, I think one or both of you are the more obvious choices if it's an expanded group. Unless somebody said we want all 3 BOCC in there, and I can't imagine that. I don't know who to ask for that. So.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And so one of the things that comes into my head immediately is that we might want to go ahead and do that on next Tuesday, and invite the Fire Authority board to talk about, you know, who we want, and we could, you know, come up with a proposal that's loose, like maybe we want 1 or 2 people that's the staff of each organization, and then maybe we want the board to nominate the board of each organization to nominate probably 1 or 2 people. Thoughts on that?
I think 5 or 6 people total, 6 or 7 people, something like that will give a good representation. If that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, if we had, I don't know if we, I mean, and we can ask the staffs if they think they want one or two, but if we had two from each organization of staff, that's four. And then a board representative each would get us to six. And I would put myself at, I'm not trying to elbow into this at all. I just would not advocate for myself to be the fire authority board nominee, right? Because then we'd end up with two commissioners. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm less concerned about who votes than the fact that we just have above board semi-scientific process that we're using.
Okay.
Well,
I can communicate that to, go ahead, Keith.
Oh, I was just going to say, why don't I talk with Brian and Kelly and share with them the thoughts that you provided this morning. We can certainly come up with a draft scoring system that we can discuss next Tuesday. I think, Sean, you identified a good process. You know, you want 4 or 5 different criteria, and we can pull those criteria right out of the RFP. I mean, it was pretty clear as to what we were looking for. So we can set up this scoring system. We'll discuss it with you all and the fire board next Tuesday. We'll identify some recommended or potential committee members, selection and interview team members, and provide that to both of the boards, the fire and the Board of County Commissioners, and we can go from there. I mean, we're not under any specific time crunch, so to speak. So I think we have a little bit of, we have the luxury of having a little bit of time to do this right, as Randy had indicated.
Well, there is some urgency, right? There's talk about different organizations wanting to put things on the November ballot, and that's not that far away.
Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. But let's, we'll come back next Tuesday and have that more kind of crystallized discussion with you all, and then we'll go from there.
And to be clear, my support for quality had nothing to do with dawdling, just so you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think it's the right approach. I mean, we have an opportunity to get this thing right, a conversation we've attempted a number of times in the last few decades in this community, and we might as well do it our diligence to get it right. So what else you got?
I'm jumping topics real quick, but it almost makes sense, Keith, to think about doing this for the sheriff's RFP too.
Repeat that, John. I'm sorry.
The sheriff's RFP. I mean, if we're going to identify a process that we think is robust yet pretty simple, why not use it for other RFPs? Because we haven't really, I mean, it's another topic to be discussed. We haven't really talked about how we're going to decide that one either.
Yeah, no, in fact, that's next on my list of things to talk about. In fact, let's talk about that. Sheriff RFP, we did, again, this is for Sheriff's Office operational evaluation assessment. We received, we're interviewing 3 finalists, 3 consultants. And in fact, we're interviewing this coming Wednesday. And the team that's doing the interviews, based on previous discussions that we have, is Rick, Sheriff Albers, the Undersheriff, Bruce Snelling, Peter, myself, and Sean. And Sean, to your point, I can certainly put together a scoring system for that interview process as well. It should be relatively simple. And again, pulling out the specific criteria that we're looking for from the actual RFP. But I can put that together hopefully this afternoon.
Okay,
So
wow, that one was easy.
That's the sheriff's RFP. Then a couple other items that we're working on. We're filling, we're in the process of interviewing for the Human Services Director. We received I don't remember how many total applications, but we are actually interviewing the 5 top candidates that we have selected off that list. And those interviews are set for later this week, I believe Thursday and Friday. And I think, we've got good applications to select from. We did reach out to the Human Services staff to see if they had any specific questions that they would like the interview team to be asking the candidates. And that's where we're at with that one.
I think I recall, Keith, us expressing a desire to sit in on those interviews. I know I did, and I have that interest. And I don't think I'm the only one based on Randy's leaning into his camera. Randy, what do you got for us?
Well, yeah, I leaned, the reason I'm leaning into my camera is I went to unmute and then I was waiting. After I did, I started to speak. Yeah, I think both in terms of being involved in the interview and the choice, I would like for the BOCC to have a higher role. And I think there are a few good reasons for that. I think a couple of them, though, are justifiable to discuss in executive session and as an HR issue. And because of some of the subject matter and the reason for that. And so my preference would be that we include that within our executive session at the end of the day. And then we can, if we need to, I'm not sure the exact process that we would have. I know we don't have as an action item today to decide who the interview team is and what the process is. But what I see listed on this paper is not what I remember us talking about.
And I agree with that. I don't know that I want to have some sort of final say on what happens, but I think it's a critical role, and I think that the board should have some involvement in it.
Yeah. And so, but I would like to have that. I think to determine what that is, I'd like to be able to give those reasons. And so I think, and I do think they're justifiable for an executive session HR.
I think Peter had actually included that in the motion when we had our initial executive session this morning, and we'll pick up on that later.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I didn't hear it, Peter. So I apologize to you for not having picked up on that this morning, or I would have brought it up at that time. I didn't think I could talk about it then because I didn't hear that you'd included that. So my fault.
I think we ran out of time, actually.
Yeah, Sean was talking too much as usual.
So we'll have that conversation, further conversation during executive session. Go ahead, George. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, and then we could pick up the balance we can just pick up on Human Services Director when we jump back into County Manager updates. It is 10:55. I think I'd like to go ahead and do a 5-minute break so that we are right on time. We've been late for our last 2 COVID updates. So thank you, Keith.
You bet.
We'll see you in 5 minutes.
You laughing at me? That's what you look like when you snow blow your driveway. Hmm.
Okay. It is 11 o'clock. Let's give it just a moment here. Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started with our COVID update. Tim?
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. COVID update for March 16th. Nationally, we are now at 29.5 plus million confirmed cases across the country. The average daily number of new cases has actually slightly increased over the last week. The number of new cases now averaging around 61,401 per day as a 7-day average. Hospitalizations continue to be high, although they continue a downward trend over the last 6 weeks, with the total now of 40,000 plus currently hospitalized as of Monday. A little asterisk on this number. This is going to be a harder number to get at as the COVID project has ceased to collect hospitalization data as of last week. Fatalities, we are now at 535,000 plus Americans dead. Current rate is 1,212 per day as a 7-day average. Test positivity rate across the country is at 4.8. Major contributing factors to the spread. Same as they were last week. Lack of mask wearing or wearing improperly, social gatherings, and now travel. Spring break is underway. Colorado trend. Current number of daily cases has actually plateaued over the last several weeks, now in excess of 900 per day as a 7-day average. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate has actually gone up. It's now 227 per 100,000. Hospitalizations across the state continue to decrease, although that may have changed yesterday across the state, with currently 28% of ventilators in use, 3% of hospitals anticipating ICU bed shortage in the next week. And those facilities anticipating staff shortages is now at 9% across the state. Currently, there are 369 individuals hospitalized in Colorado as of yesterday. Across the state, test positivity rate is at 5.4%. Major contributing factors to the spread here in Colorado: lack of mask wearing, social gatherings, travel, and inbound from other states. Vaccine update across the state. 1,219,093 individuals have received at least a single dose of vaccine, either Moderna, Pfizer, or the Johnson & Johnson. And 744,294 are fully immunized. Those numbers were as of Sunday, yesterday's update. Here in Clear Creek County, our case count over the last 7 days, we've been consistent, I'll give us that. We've had 7 cases the last week and 14 over the last 2 weeks. We have 378 total cases to date, holding steady at 19 hospitalizations and 2 fatalities. Our 2-week cumulative incident has gone up. It is 144 per 100,000. Our 2-week positivity rate at 5.7. Major contributing factors include social gatherings and lack of mask wearing. Testing updates. We're continuing to test community testing in Idaho Spring on Tuesdays from 10 to 2. We also have re-engaged testing in the jail and in the school system now, in addition, offering testing to students with parent permission. That will continue on for the foreseeable future. Vaccine update in Clear Creek County. We have immunized 1,840 individuals with a single dose of the Moderna and 1,015 individuals with 2 doses of the Moderna. In addition to that, we've vaccinated 1,500 people with the Johnson & Johnson single dose vaccine. So now in excess of 4,000 folks we have vaccinated to date. Any questions?
One on vaccination. You mentioned the jail and the testing at the jail. And I don't recall from the previous reports, have we done vaccinations to inmates in the jail as well?
We have, actually. We did last week, I believe. We vaccinated all those inmates who were willing and wanting to get vaccinated.
Thank you.
As far as the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, we are still unable to order more. We tried on Monday to order more for next week. It was still not available. We think it will be in the state next week. We were just unable to actually order any yet. I think they're hesitant to have us order some, not yet fully knowing if it's going to be in the state or not. So we're hoping to get our hands on some Johnson & Johnson vaccine to do a business clinic in Clear Creek County, vaccinating any and all business associates in the county.
What do you think about the ordering process? I mean, it seems a little odd. I mean, don't we want as much as they'll give us? So what does the ordering process really even mean?
That's a great question, Sean. Do I like the ordering process? I do not. Do I have any control over it? I do not. So what we do is we order on Monday morning all that we potentially could use the following week. We continue to order a minimum of 500 to 1,500 doses each week. The 1,500 obviously with the Johnson & Johnson order. We receive, we only find out on Fridays and subsequently on Sundays, which I still don't understand that process either. I think it might be coming from 2 different sources, and that's why they let us know Friday evening and Sunday evening whether we're going to get any. Sometimes they add, we get 300 on Friday and they say, oh, you're going to get another 200 next week. And they tell us that on Sunday. So disjointed is a word I would apply to this process. We're continuing to follow the state. We don't have an alternative to the current ordering process. It's not ideal. We were told 2 to 3 weeks ago, we would have a lot more insight into the future, meaning we would know for the next several weeks, we'd be getting a fixed amount, 500 or 1,000 or whatever it was. We're still not at that point. I don't really know what the delay is. I know the federal government is opening the floodgates of vaccine. So I'm hoping for a change here in the coming weeks that we will now know for weeks to come what we're going to get so we can plan better.
What are your thoughts, or what are you hearing? Just, I mean, you mentioned the federal government opening the floodgates. I mean, I've seen some beginnings of a public debate about vaccines for the US versus sharing with the rest of the world. And it seems like we're taking care of our citizens first. And it seems like with Merck coming online and this third manufacturer, that in the not distant future, there should be just more for all Americans. I mean, what are you hearing about that? Or, if anything's being quantified other than more?
Yeah, well, Merck, for instance, said they can produce 1 billion doses a year of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So that alone would go a very long way. That would clearly more than vaccinate the entire United States. So I think once those other companies get on board and start manufacturing other companies' vaccines, in this case, Merck manufacturing the Janssen vaccine, I think that will go a very long way. It's called a pandemic for a reason. We might be able to clean up our country in terms of vaccinating folks, but as long as the rest of the world isn't vaccinated, the potential risk is still there and continues to go forward. So yeah, I think dissemination outside of our borders is a great idea, and the sooner that can happen, the better. Tourism hasn't stopped. We still have people coming here from all over the world. So the sooner we can get the whole world vaccinated, the better. And I think, as an example, Merck doing what it's doing in manufacturing another company's vaccine, I think will go a very long way towards achieving that.
Okay, like that's kind of the answer I expected to that question, and I guess that, so I guess I heard that one of the things, the first part I heard is as the other companies come online and start manufacturing each other's stuff, or companies come online and manufacturing other people's stuff, there's a little bit of an unknown about what the total quantity availability is going to be out there, and we'll be able to, there'll be a global reassessment of allocations as that comes to be known. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I know just as an example, the Gates Foundation and the World Health Organization are working simultaneously to purchase and get as many vaccines as possible out to the rest of the world. I think the US is fine handling itself. I think we're on the right path in terms of vaccine distribution. The one caveat in this country is just misinformation and sheer ignorance around the vaccine and what it can do and what it's not going to do. I think is going to be our biggest hurdle in this country. You're going to have a significant portion of the population, for whatever reason, rational or irrational, aren't going to get the vaccine. So I think it's incumbent upon us, public health, and everyone who's received a vaccine to reach out to those around you, your friends, neighbors, et cetera, and really try to get them on board, because until we reach that community immunity or herd immunity level, if we only get 50–60% of the population vaccinated, I don't think that's going to cut it. We're going to need to be much higher than that. So it's these other countries, all they need is the vaccine. The education is there. They don't need to be convinced to take the vaccine. They'll happily be doing that. So once they ramp up production, and companies like Merck are so big, it's going to take them several weeks to, one, they need the formula, obviously. And once they start production, and get things on full tilt, they'll be churning them out quite quickly.
So theoretically, you mentioned Merck alone could run about a billion a year. Is that right?
That's what they reported several weeks ago. I heard that directly from them. So it's.
So let's take that at face value, and since we don't have any other information, what is the aggregate total of production among all the manufacturers that's out there right now, or projected in short order to be out there? Do you have a rough idea? Just curious.
Off the top of my head, I would say it's north of 3 billion. So roughly a third of the world's population could, given current levels. But remember, there's other companies who are actively in the process, dozens of them, who are actively doing their own clinical trials. So it's also going to ramp up for kids. 12 to 18-year-olds are likely to get it this summer. I don't know what month, probably towards the end of the summer. And then under 12, it's probably not going to be until next year, realistically. Those clinical trials are just beginning now. And so it's going to be at least a year before we are able to vaccinate the under 12-year-olds.
So manufacturing capacity is at around approaching 3 billion and rising.
As a rough estimate, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It just takes time. That billion that Merck reportedly can make, it's going to take them 12 months to make that. but that's only once they've gotten to the point where they're at full capacity or full process.
Right.
So what that means for us locally, I've heard it thrown around that by mid-April, anybody who wants a vaccine will have had access to one. I think that means that for us, that would be counting that we're going to be vaccinating people from outside the county too, around 6,000, 8,000 vaccines that we would need to get and distribute in the next month, which seems like if we had them, that would be a little bit of a stretch for our capacity. I mean, what do you think about that?
I think our capacity in the county, our capacity to disseminate vaccines is about 4,000 a week at a max. So if we get them, we can certainly do them. We did 600 and something the other day, last week on Wednesday. We learned some very valuable lessons from that day, but we think we're definitely able to do 1,000 a day, 4 days a week.
So if we got the vaccines, the end of April is not a stretch at all, right? Mid to end of April. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. You know, it's going to, again, require people to come forward and get the vaccine. We are vaccinating a significant number from outside the county. We have no way to control that at all. And as you know, currently, folks who are 60 plus are eligible. I believe at the end of the week, it's going to be 50 plus, and it's going to go just much quicker after that. So we're ready and able to vaccinate anyone and everyone in the county. Probably, I would push it a little further, maybe by mid-May. It's all going to depend on supply and how quickly we can get those vaccines.
Right.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about if you could just explain. I know somebody contacted me when some afternoon appointments were canceled last week. Could you explain any updates you have on what happened, and then have we reached back out and rescheduled everybody whose appointments were canceled by now? Or
yeah, first thing I'd like to say is I apologize sincerely. Last week we switched to the state system, and we had buyer's remorse instantly. When we put the live link on our webpage, it was absolutely inundated instantly, literally within minutes. Those spots were filled up. So what we tried to do was cancel some appointments for folks who were under 60 and make room for folks who were over 60. The problem is when we cancel those appointments for those under 60, the state system did not send those individuals an email stating that it was canceled. So last Wednesday, when we showed up and everyone started showing up in absolute hordes, we realized that those 100 folks had not received the email and were currently in line to get vaccinated. So it was at that point we made the executive decision to vaccinate those folks who were already in line. There was really no practical way to get them out of line and just distinguish one from the other. So we vaccinated all of them and made the decision to cancel the afternoon appointments for folks who weren't even there yet. So that's what we did. Everyone over 60, we reached out to directly and rescheduled them for this Wednesday. All those folks under 60, 99% of them aren't even actually eligible. They're not over 60. And based on just some preliminary data and what we saw on the ground, these aren't individuals with multiple underlying health conditions. So we let those folks figure it out themselves, and the over 60 folks have been rescheduled. If there is someone out there who hasn't been rescheduled, please reach out to us. We will get you rescheduled for tomorrow's clinic, or if not next week, or maybe sooner if we do get more vaccines. So my sincerest apologies. We had no idea. We don't have any view of the back end of the state system, unfortunately, like we did with our system that we were working with in the beginning of this whole thing.
thank you. And is it a requirement for us to use the state system? And maybe the question I'm really getting at is is there any potential for someone to call and make an appointment, or for somebody to?
Yeah,
if
for
somebody who doesn't
folks who don't, yeah, for
access-
folks who don't have internet access, please call us and we'll schedule you over the phone. We'll put you in the system. We're sort of required to use it by the state. It does significantly reduce our backside or the end of the process. The data entry is significantly less for us. And when we're doing 600 to 1,000 folks a day, that's a lot of data entry that we're not having to do with the state system. So right now we're going to stick with it. Every county in this state is now on the state system. And so trying to go back to what we were doing and manage it with 1,000 people is going to be quite challenging. So there are some pluses to it. Now we know not to cancel people's appointments. We have reached out to folks who are under 60 who are signing up. I sent an email yesterday to a guy, he and his wife who are in their 30s. I asked them to please cancel their appointment and reschedule it when they're actually eligible. So he was very understanding and apologetic, and he was able to actually cancel it on his own. So.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, it's a continuing concern as we hit. I was looking at hearing about some stats correlating internet access to percentages of populations who are vaccinated, and strikes me as a challenge that we'll have, especially when what we're doing is opening them up, and the 500,000 people over here have every shot that the 10,000 in Clear Creek do. Just something I continue to be concerned about.
Yeah, one
I'm not
thing we're
asking you
doing.
to wave a wand and solve that.
My wand is broken. So one thing that we are doing though, George, to address that is if we know of individuals who are eligible, don't have internet access, what we're doing is either reaching out to them by phone or them to us by phone and scheduling them. What we're also doing to make sure that Clear Creek residents are getting vaccinated first is we sent the link out to those 100 or so 60-plus-year-olds, letting them sign up first before anybody else had access to that link. So giving them a full 2 days to sign up before we made the link live and anyone else able to sign up on it.
So I think I knew what you just said. What you're saying is that Clear Creek, we have the local control to enable or disable access to appointments through the state system.
Yeah. So for instance, Sean, if you were on our list, we would send you the link and say, Mr. Wood, we know you want a vaccine. Here's the link. You could click on it and schedule yourself. Only people who receive that email could actually activate that link and sign up for that day. Because each clinic that we have has its separate link, has separate live link, right? Yeah. So only those folks who get the email initially can sign up, and it's sort of protected until we make it more abundantly available.
And then the making it abundant stage is really just designed to make sure that vaccines don't go to waste and that we have enough people to accept them. Because I do think we're going to run into a demand side issue in the near future. And unfortunately, it tends to be underserved people who are also most distrustful of the medical system, who are, hesitant to want to get a vaccine too.
Yeah, understood. And we're reaching out via Meals on Wheels to try to identify all those folks who are homebound or for whatever reason can't get in. So, and to get out to them, send a team out to each individual's home and get them vaccinated on the spot.
Okay, so we've got a couple questions in the chat line. How many vaccines are we expecting to receive this week?
Tomorrow we are planning to do 340 vaccines. We have 10 of those are second doses. So 330 first round tomorrow.
Okay, great. And then is there any way to tell which percentage of county residents have been vaccinated? in Clear Creek County? Do we have data on people when they get vaccinated outside the community as well as inside the community?
Yeah, sorta is the is the honest answer to that question. We have reached out to CDPHE. CDPHE has all this data. They have not yet shared that data with any county that I'm aware of. I know many counties have asked. Some counties have done their own preliminary look at it, and we are in the process of doing that in Clear Creek County. Initially, and one thing to keep in mind is a lot of the EMS folks and sheriffs, et cetera, they don't live in Clear Creek County. So initially, when we vaccinated them, it was literally only 20% of Clear Creek County and 80% outside the county, sort of thing. And so we're in the process of looking at that, and hopefully next week I can give you some insight into those basic breakdown of how many folks we vaccinated, how many are from Clear Creek County. The one challenge is we won't know necessarily unless the state gives us this data, how many of those folks we vaccinated outside the county who actually work in the county, right? It's tying those two pieces together.
Yeah.
I think I got maybe one last question about the parallel lists. Are we still sourcing new applicants into the Google Sheet, or are we essentially working to eliminate that list and basically move on from it, or have we already done so?
We've already done so. So if you're eligible and interested in getting a vaccine, or even not yet eligible, you can go on to the vaccination scheduling link, and on there is to register yourself. You click on that link, register yourself, and then you're on the quote unquote waiting list. So as vaccines pop up and as people schedule, if it's full and then there becomes an available appointment because someone canceled, for instance, it would contact the next person in that line on the waiting list that's on PrepMod.
And then again, you're able to discriminate to say, we're focusing on people who are 16 above because that's who's qualified, but not discriminate geographically or through any other criteria.
Right. And that quote unquote discrimination, it's not built in. And this was one of the confusions by the fellow that I was emailing with yesterday. He's like, the system let me schedule it. Right. The system can't verify if you're 61 and have underlying health conditions, blah, blah, blah. So it states it in there who is actually eligible and who should be scheduling themselves, but 8 out of 10 people don't bother to read that. They just go ahead and schedule themselves. So it's open so much as what it states there in terms of over 60 or whatever the different criteria are.
But it sounds like the possibility of another snafu like happened last week for all the reasons you described is probably not very high.
No, we're not going to be canceling appointments anymore like we did. What we've adopted this week to rectify that situation is make it private and send it out to all the 60-plus-year-olds that we have in contact with, let them register first, and then open it up, and whoever gets vaccinated gets vaccinated. At this point, it's a mass vaccination for a reason. We're vaccinating anyone and everyone who comes, who has an appointment, I should say, and gets vaccinated. So we still do have people, and I just want everyone to know this, we still do have people showing up thinking there's going to be extras. We are no longer getting an extra dose out of the Moderna vials. Out of the 60 vials that we used last week, we got 2 total doses extra out of 60 vials. So we're no longer getting extra doses out of these vials. Moderna has clearly learned the mistake and has fixed that. So there's no need to come to the clinic. We're not going to have extras at the end of the day as we have in the past. I think those days are over.
Cheapskates, they figured it out. It reminds me of a movie I saw one time where somebody collected a check on rounding errors as a programmer in a large corporation. First check he got was like, $100 and some thousand or something like that. I'd like to share a screen if I could for a minute. Sean, did I hear you say, it's certainly not debating or anything. Did you say that you thought it was probably the older populations who would be more difficult to get to take the vaccine, or did I hear you backwards?
No, the same people who have no internet and potentially are low income are also, I've heard, the same people who are skeptical of the medical system and skeptical of vaccines.
but it was not.
Well, one
it
of
was-
one of the groups. One of the groups.
Well, and for some reason I thought, because I only heard the last part of the sentence, that it had been age related. And yeah, okay, because I had looked at it and I was, and I thought, that maybe makes sense. And I looked it up, and what I saw was that the older population is the most likely to want to get vaccinated. So I won't bother to share that screen now.
Yeah.
Because I misunderstood you. Yeah.
My own anecdotal experience is almost everyone I talk to is dying to get a vaccine.
Right.
And there are a few people who don't want one, and they're the same people who don't want a lot of normal things that the rest of us want.
Yeah, it kind of shows the inverse relationship. The younger people are, especially below about 44 years old, the more likely they are to not be enthusiastic about getting a vaccine, which kind of makes sense when they're also the same ones who know that if they look at the statistics, they're least likely to die of it anyway. So,
Well, if I might share with you just an example, we have one group of folks, and I'm not going to get more specific because you'll be able to figure it out quite quickly. But one of the early groups that we vaccinated, all but one individual got vaccinated. And now it turns out that that individual has been directly exposed to COVID and is likely COVID positive, but now putting all of their coworkers at risk because that one individual among all didn't get the vaccine. And so they're scrambling, trying to figure out what is their exposure and do they need to pull a crew off or put a crew on, different crew. So it's created quite a bit of a challenge just because that one individual decided that they didn't want to get the vaccine for whatever reason, not religious or other rational reasons. But so it's very important that as many of us get vaccinated as humanly possible. It's really the only thing that's going to bring us back to normal. If you want to get back to normal, that's what it's going to take. And I know everyone's, I'm just one individual. Well, you start adding those individuals up and suddenly you're at 30% of the population who's just a collection of individuals who don't want it. And that's really the place we don't want to go. I want to get over this. I don't want to have COVID updates forever. I want to move on to other things that the county needs from a health perspective. And the quicker we can get vaccinated, the quicker we can get there.
Yeah, me too. And there's the hesitancy problem. And my understanding is maybe the most important factor is partisan identity, unfortunately, where we're seeing some 30% of people who identify as Republican not being interested in getting the vaccine. Certainly hope to see that turn around. We know Donald Trump received one. He didn't really go public about it, but we know he received one, and it'd be great if he and other national Republican leaders wanted to help on the hesitancy side. And then the access side is big, and I think we got a lot of work to do there. And I keep saying this, but I think at some point direct outreach is probably how we fill that gap.
Yeah, George, I'm going to ignore the politics of it just because in my best interest, but I agree with you, and we're doing that simultaneously. We're not waiting till the end to then see who we can find. We're trying to identify them now and get out to them now while we simultaneously vaccinate the majority of folks.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. It's 11:32. Other thoughts on COVID, or shall we move on? Randy,
The only other thing I wanted to raise real quick, which most of you on this call are familiar with, is the governor is actively crafting the dial 3.0. What that looks like is anybody's guess at this point. LPHAs, city councilmen, board of county commissioners, et cetera, around the state have given the governor their input from one end of the spectrum to the other. And what comes out of that, we don't know yet, but it's probably going to come out by the end of the week, this week or next week. We will be in full dial 3.0. So we can discuss that, I guess, more when it comes out and what that means for us.
right. When we see the final version of it, there was plenty of input. I think the bulk of the meetings I was in, the bulk of the input was maintaining a mask order and some level of state direction rather than guidance would be very helpful statewide through at least, I mean, beyond that, but very helpful statewide, at least through the end of the spring break season, end of April or something like that. More time for vaccinations, as well as wait for the large influx to be over, and that it wasn't just about ski areas, it was about all the places that people go through and in the towns and all the other kinds of events that are going on. So that was about 90% of the opinion that I heard from the commissioners that I listened to the other day. But you know, maintaining some backup for that, but we'll see what comes out here. But they said within the week we would, you know, we'd know.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
attended the, go ahead.
Go ahead, George.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I attended the CCI meeting on Friday, a little bit broader membership from around the state. And there were some counties being like, look, we've had 40 cases and 1 death, and, you know, we're ready to be over, ready to be done with this thing. And, you know, a big ask that I made and that I heard others echo was that we not create headlines like the entire state of Colorado is mask free now. You know, if we've got a handful of counties where we don't need mask orders because they don't have a lot of tourism and they don't have high community spread, that's fine. Let's adjust those counties. But trying to create that headline that everywhere in the state, but where these specific counties have implemented their own mask orders is open would be a mistake in a tourism state.
Right. The so generally the request was for an opt-out rather than an opt-in system if there was something to be done. In other words, the state still maintained a level of control for a period of time, and that counties could opt out by showing the metrics and requesting, as opposed to, you know, as opposed to opening the state up and then having counties decide to opt in or have some other mechanism come into place as infection spread, where you try to put the genie back in the bottle. And that the general consensus was that putting the genie back in the bottle, once you let it out in terms of behavior, was going to be a very difficult task. And then secondly, what we got was reports coming out of the ski areas at their first week of spring break, which was pretty predictable. As you can imagine, they were facing a level of vitriol and anger from visitors being told they had to put a mask on who had come from states that have lifted mask orders, like Texas, that they hadn't seen in a long time. You know, they hadn't had resistance to masking in a long time. They told people you got to put their mask on. A lot of angry people at the ski areas that were getting mad and getting in arguments and getting pushy about it.
I will say, I went skiing on yesterday, and that's the worst place to have to wear a mask, right? Because it's so cold outside, like the whole thing just gets soggy. I kept having to replace my mask.
We call that a first world problem, George.
One request that I have, and I don't have any timing associated with this, but I really like that all along we've talked about being directed by the science. And I've never really gotten a straight answer from anybody in terms of the risk that a vaccinated person presents to everyone else. Because I think as we get further down this, it's going to become a more, I mean, it's sort of potentially a reward for getting vaccinated, that you don't have to wear a ski mask anymore and fog up your goggles. But I just, rather than starting with a policy position, I would love to see actual data, because I've heard from somebody that said, hey, Sean, you still have to wear your mask because you could be a secret carrier and you could still be infecting people. And that sounds kind of unlikely, but I'd love to see any actual data to say, you know, is that a 1 in a million thing, or is that like 25% of the people who are vaccinated are secret spreaders? And just to be able to kind of start with a foundation of science, you know, when we talk about these policy issues.
Yeah, I'll look into that. I know they're actively trying to understand that more than sort of superficially. Superficially, yes, it makes total sense that you could be a carrier even though you're vaccinated, right? Somebody coughs on you, you inhale it, it's now in you, your body fights it, but you can still give it to somebody else. But as far as what's the probability of that, I don't know. I think they're still in the process of trying to figure that out, but I will certainly look into that. One other thing I would add, and I just got the word on my phone, we do now have a case of a variant in our county. So what was currently just the original COVID has now mutated into one of the 3 variants that are in this country. I don't know which one it is yet, but my guess, if I had to, it would be the UK variant or the B.1.1.7.
I
Which
think,
is probably-
go ahead, George.
I think you had some echo or something. Go ahead.
Oh, as far as like being vaccinated and not having to wear a mask, I think that since we don't have the science, we don't know what the probability is. One could surmise really quickly it's a heck of a lot less if you're a lot less likely to get it to begin with. That said, the bigger issue for me is the idea that if we still have the bulk of the population unvaccinated and and everybody drops masks, we know we got a lot of people that are only wearing masks because of peer group pressure because they see everyone else doing it. And so the bigger issue is that if you say, okay, now I can take my mask off, well, nobody goes around with a V. We don't brand everybody's forehead with a V when they get vaccinated, so you don't know who's vaccinated and who's not. And so I think for me, it's a matter of once we know that the population at large is safe, then we can feel like the statistics are low enough that science tells us that behavior at large isn't an issue, because the behavior isn't just going to be the people that have gotten vaccinated and taken their mask off. It's going to be everybody else that saw people taking their masks off and saying it's okay, and so they take their own mask off because they don't care. But we don't have the science on that to know, the behavioral science to know how many people are going to do that. But we do have the anecdotal observation of how difficult it was to get people to wear masks until we got about 70% of them or something, some large percent of them. And once we got over a certain level, suddenly the rest of it filled up immediately. And so once it comes down so far, you can imagine that it'll start dropping again as people don't wear masks. And so it's kind of like a community behavioral thing to keep everybody safe until we reach that community immunity. I like that better than herd immunity. It rhymes. It's catchier.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Randy, that the behavioral science is very important. And Tim would probably say that there's definitely behavioral science elements to epidemiology. It's just a different model. And I know the CDC just recently updated their guidance and has guidance about what vaccinated people, should be doing if they're interested in helping kill this virus. That might be a really nice thing for us to jump through next week. Sean, I don't know if you think that would satisfy you. I tend to take it on myself to dig into data and all that, rather than burden our staff with it. But I'd love to just go through those guidelines and help our people understand what the expectations are.
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding of that one was pretty simple. I think it stated that if you were vaccinated, you could essentially dismiss the social distancing and mask wearing if you were in the company of other vaccinated people. And I think it's pretty much as simple as that. And I mean, I think this is probably leading up to a pretty robust policy discussion. And, I think public safety is paramount, but I also think that when you put heavy-handed orders in place that overstay their time, you start losing credibility.
Yeah, and I just don't know when that point is in time either. We're going to get our masks off, and combining the behavioral science and epidemiological sciences, there's going to come a place where some lines cross and Tim's going to say, okay, everybody, rip your mask off. It's time to go.
I look forward to that day.
Okay, great. Well, I guess we got to frame up a little bit about next week's conversation as well. I think I'm going to go ahead and move us on, though. Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Thank you, Suzanne and Alyssa, for coming. Next on our agenda is to continue with our county manager updates. Keith, I think we were talking about Human Services Director.
Yes, we were, and we are going to defer any further conversation regarding that to executive session. And then the next item is just a quick update on county manager. protocol process for recruitment. The posting has closed as of last Friday. And as of last Friday, we are in receipt of 51 applications. Staff is in the process of going through all 51 of those. And as we had previously discussed, we're going to narrow that down to approximately 10 candidates for you all to consider who you would like to interview. And in fact, staff, Kate, myself, Peter, we're going to meet tomorrow afternoon and put that list of approximately 10 folks together for you. I believe you have received all of the applications, so you can see what the spectrum of applications are. If not, let Kate know that you are still awaiting those applications.
You know, Keith, we did, and I have to apologize because I had forgotten that the link was only live for 7 days. And I had said I had a bunch of evening meetings last week. I was going to do them in the evenings this week, but I kind of hate to ask Kate to resend all 25 of them. Sean, Randy, what do you guys think? Do you think you need to resend, or?
It would be helpful to me as well.
Yeah, I think Kate's on as an attendee. I'm assuming she has the capability of going back and resending all the applications. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with the group vetting the top 10 and then my engagement starting there.
Yeah, and I was actually, I'm going to switch out. I'm going to say, if you're going to send them to George, just put me on the line too. I
Kate, I'm
guess.
Can you do that,
sorry.
Kate?
So I can resend them all if you want all 51.
Yeah.
Sorry
Why don't
about
you go ahead
that.
and do that.
Kate, could you copy me on that as well, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So we will, as I just indicated, staff will go ahead and create kind of a final list of probably 10 to 12 that you all then can, it's just our recommendation. You can take a look at those and see if you want to narrow that down to a list that you'd like to interview. And I'm assuming we'll try to do that as far as the interviews, late March, early April. And then one thing I wanted to share with you, I've been in communication with Clay Brown at DOLA. And previously what we had done is we actually had two different interview panels. One was the Board of County Commissioners and some of the other staff members such as Kate, Peter, and if you'd like, I can sit in as well on one panel. And then the other panel was a couple representatives from DOLA. And then we had talked about maybe having a representative from the leadership team on that other panel. And then anyone else that you would like to see on that second interview panel. And then we also talked about setting up, once we get down to, the final 3 or whatever candidates, then having some type of a community forum where it's more of a meet and greet with those final candidates. And when I say final candidates, I'm thinking, the final 2 or 3 that we narrow it down to. So that's kind of where we're at with county manager selection. And, hopefully we can have someone in place before May 1st.
Yeah, hopefully. And that all sounds good to me. Randy, Sean, thoughts?
I guess I'm just kind of a little curious to hear maybe from you, Keith, like, do you feel like we have we have a numerically a strong pool for sure.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's our candidate in that pool somewhere?
I think so. Obviously, whenever you advertise for a position like this, you're going to get a broad spectrum of responses and applicants. And I think we have that broad spectrum. There's obviously some top candidates, and there's some that just kind of automatically fall off of the other end of the spectrum. But I'm relatively confident that you'll be pleased with what you're seeing.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, Randy.
My interest is less than in the breadth of the spectrum than the than how thick it is at the one end of the bell curve.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
So Kate will get you all the applicants, and then you can judge for yourself, actually, as to the quantity and maybe more so the quality of those candidates. So that's everything I have as far as just position updates. The other thing I wanted to take a moment in doing, and Beth, if you could bring Alyssa over, I would appreciate it. We've quote unquote assigned Alyssa to kind of take the lead on follow up with community foundations. And I know that Alyssa has had some conversations. I think there was a discussion with Sean yesterday, or not too long ago anyway. I think it was yesterday. And I think at this point, maybe Alyssa and Sean can just Sean already kind of planted the seed a little earlier, but I was going to have Alyssa just kind of give us a 30,000 foot view of kind of where we're at, and maybe the two of you could indicate what your thoughts are as far as moving forward.
Yeah, thanks, Keith. Sean and I met late last week. He gave me an update on what he's been working on, sent over some information on Community First. And so that really is the extent of our conversation. I think for me moving forward, I am interested in knowing the feelings of the rest of the board, if we want to move forward with Community First, or if we want to explore other options. I think that's really where we are at this stage.
And I think Sean had indicated earlier that there was some thought of maybe having, and I don't remember the woman's name, having someone from Community First come back and speak to the board, or maybe that was at staff level. I'm probably speaking out of turn here.
I asked Alyssa if she wanted to join me in a conversation with Kelly Duncan, just to kind of get her fully up to speed. And Ken Kerwin, who's the CFO of Community First, would also be in that conversation. And I know that, Alyssa, you asked for other board members' input, but there was a long silence. So I'll just say one more thing. I think that the engagement we have with Grand County right now, where they're helping us with some specific tactical funds, is exactly the type of support they're providing to Jackson County as well. And I think that the robust franchise model, and you maybe should reach out if you're willing to Megan Ledeen from Grand County, the robust franchise model that Community First is offering is not something that Grand offers. And to me, that kind of makes it not really much of a choice, just because we're potentially being offered something from Community First that no one else really has stepped forward to make available to us. But then, I haven't heard much from Randy or George lately. I'm championing this. I'm all for it, and I'm one vote.
Yeah, and I had that unfortunate timing of putting a snack in my mouth. So I'm like, chew. Anyway, I think Community First is likely the right way to go. I know we were talking about wanting to hear a formal proposal from the Grand Foundation. Maybe a good approach, Alyssa, I know you have a relationship with Megan. And so maybe what we could ask for is for you just to reach out, have a conversation with her, and then give us a recommendation if you think that there's any smoke or fire there. Unlikely, because Community First is able to do about a third of the administrative cost and has some augmented services, as Sean mentioned. Does that sound reasonable to others?
It does. And I was just being polite while I watched you struggling with French fries or something falling out of your mouth. So I just need to give it a wait for a second. And I was embarrassed on your behalf. No, only kidding. Just trying to be polite to the chair. That's all. No, I think that's fine. I had thought maybe we can ask them to come in and give us a half-hour gloss over the top, but I'd almost rather have Alyssa make one last comparison and give us a recommendation based on that conversation, especially with Sean's endorsement. And, we've looked into it before and we just hadn't been talking about it again recently. So that was why you hadn't heard anything from me. So anyway, yeah, I'm fine with that
Great.
last
I'll work on
recommendation.
that. I'll reach out to Megan. And
then
I do
there's-
plan on attending the meeting with Sean. I believe it's in 2 weeks to meet with Community First.
Okay.
So if it's okay with the board, I think I'd like to wait to give you my recommendation until after that meeting, if that's okay.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Happy with that.
One interesting other thing I alluded to before, and I don't see Peter on the call, but I bet he's lurking there somewhere, is kind of what the appropriate short-term role for the county is. I know that we want to help make this happen because at some level in the future, it's going to potentially get us out of the business of picking winners and losers in our nonprofit community. We could potentially make a block grant to our affiliate, the Clear Creek Foundation, or whatever we decide to call it. But I think before we sign anything with anyone, we need to think about how we're going to get ourselves out of this business at our earliest possibility.
Yeah, and something I'd like to know is, I don't think there are any counties that have like permanent development fundraising functions, but I know there's some counties that are just a little more sophisticated than us on a whole range of issues. So I would just be curious to see what we think some of the high performing relationships between a county and a community foundation are, what their role is in selecting priorities and actually doing fundraising, et cetera. So.
I have a tendency to think that same thing. I'd like to really know the breadth of the models to ensure, because we provide stewardship for the county at large. I really think that's a large piece of what we do. And the health of the nonprofits and the things that they do within our community across the spectrum of our population is really important. And so, not that we'd look forward to intervention or having, it's good to divert. I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to get out of the business of that level of stewardship completely. And so knowing whatever that intervention level is or that influence level is in those conversations, or that voice into those conversations still is important. And kind of like you've said many times, Sean, looking at what works the best in the counties that are having the most success.
Yeah, I think Gunnison's actually probably a pretty good place to look. They're a relatively small community if you compare them to Summit and some other communities, and they have a pretty robust foundation down there with full-time staff. And I think maybe, I don't know if Alyssa, I'm sure you have contacts around the state as well, but it might make sense at some point to look at them. I think Chafee maybe has a foundation as well that was helped to come to life by Freeport McMoran as well. And then of course our neighbors, the Grand Foundation and Summit.
So the one thing I wanted to add to the conversation, Sally's been having some conversations with housing consultants as she's searching for someone to take on the RFP we have out there. And she's gotten some kind of interesting feedback about Clear Creek County's sort of identity and sort of brand and who we want to affiliate ourselves with. And that, I don't have anything really firm to say about it, but just to think about that as in terms of whether we choose to affiliate ourselves more with sort of the down the hill folks or the mountain folks or the ski towns or, the big counties, small counties, rural counties. I don't have anything specific to say about it, but when you think about like whether we to choose Grand County or Community First or big or small, it's just something to think about. And I thought it was just sort of an interesting piece of feedback to think about is how how we are seen as a county, what our brand is, what our identity is, and what we might want it to be, and how that plays into our relationships, and what sort of things we have access to. So I just wanted to add that into the conversation.
And
One thing I would add, I think
I'm
that's
sorry.
an interesting point. And I know that I popped on my screen the other day, the Teton Valley Community Foundation, which is Driggs, Idaho, Grand Targhee. And if you go look at that website, you will have to go all the way to the bottom to figure out that they have anything to do with Jackson, Wyoming, which is the actual back office. So we have the ability to brand ourselves 99.9% the way, however we want. And then essentially what Community First would be, or whoever we choose, is the back office, who are in the background doing fiduciary tasks and investment management tasks for a fraction of what it would cost us to do ourselves. I mean, it's a good point, but I think there's an easy solution there.
Yeah, that is, and either way, you know, just to kind of keep that piece, I think, in mind, you know, and not be dragged around by somebody else's brand, but to keep whatever we want to be at the forefront, you know, which we aren't necessarily doing right now, I would assert, you know.
Well, we haven't really, I mean, a big part of it, and why I mentioned the importance of creating a transition, is ultimately we need to find community members who want to be the owners of this.
Mm-hmm.
And typically in other communities, that is civic leaders, business owners, you know, the people who are, you know, you find them at the Lions Club and the Rotary and places like that typically.
And what I was going to say earlier was just that, Alyssa, once you've done some reaching out or checking into Chaffee and Gunnison, as Sean had recommended, and some other counties, Summit, I believe, was mentioned, and checking out that, I can reach out to my counterparts in those counties as far as how we would structure that for our county. So there's definitely enough sources out there to be able to figure that out and accomplish it once the commission decides what kind of model they would want.
Okay. Is that a final word? Anybody else have a final word?
Okay. So moving on, there's just a couple other quick items. Amy, stay on the line there if you would. We are in receipt of a request to support, we being the county, to support the Grays and Tories Peaks project. And they're submitting a grant to the National Forest Foundation. I'm not sure who they is, but Amy can clarify that.
The National Forest Foundation is seeking the request and seeking our support.
Okay. So we did draft a letter of support. I just wanted to make sure the board was okay or satisfied with that letter before we send it out to the appropriate parties. Amy, go ahead.
Yes, it's to the Colorado 14ers initiative for the National Forest Foundation to continue the work that they do to fund youth crews to do the trail maintenance work, hardening of the trails. I think you've seen the National Forest Foundation come and present to you as the BOCC before. So this is just to continue the work that they're doing. They provided a draft letter. It's just a matter of wanting you to be aware of what they're doing and say that you're good with us supporting their grant application.
Right. It's the National Forest Foundation is submitting the grant, is my understanding, right?
Yes.
And this was something that we found 2 years ago very, very attractive, and as I recall, and took them up on it, and we're glad to have that work being done. Mm-hmm. And it's not something that goes out and seeks to increase the pounding. It's just getting out and taking care of the impacts and really doing a lot of good work. And so this is a continuation of that program, correct?
Exactly.
Sounds great to me.
Okay, great. So Amy, you have, thank you, Sean. You have the direction and approval from the board, so we'll move forward with that.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Amy. A couple other just real quick things. Brent wanted me to mention that we have received some CARES funding reimbursement. You'll recall that initially any payment that goes out for all these various CARES programs actually comes out of the county's general fund. So we have received a reimbursement in the tune of $770,000, which is great to kind of replace that money that came out of our coffers originally. And Brent, did you want to add anything?
Nope, just here if anybody has questions.
And then
I think I know the answer to this already, Brent, but nothing was denied. Is that correct?
There was one line item from the Empire request that they kicked back requesting additional information. It was about $2,600. So I'm working with Jeanette to get that information squared away, and then we'll submit it for reimbursement, and that'll go on to Empire.
Okay, thank you. That was the only one?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Brent. And then just real quick, just to let folks know that staff had a good conversation with Centura last week, the operations side of things. And we were talking about the existing clinic in Idaho Springs, the new clinic, and what the transition looks like and the timing. To make a long story short, we asked the Centura team to come in and do a work session with the board so that you all and the public can kind of hear what their game plan is, and also share some current numbers that they have with the existing clinic, the patient load, maybe some geography as to where those patients are coming from, what the budget is looking like. So we're in the process of setting that work session up now. Hopefully we'll do that in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And George, that's everything I have.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Keith?
I just, again, want to replant a seed, maybe to get on our agenda sometime sooner rather than later, starting a research project, if you will, to help inform our funding priorities for what seems to be a couple $1 million that are going to be showing up to be used over the next few years. Because I don't feel like I'm very well informed in terms of what's legal, what's worked the best in other communities, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and I remember you saying that, and my understanding, well, Keith, I don't have to answer that for you. When is that looking like it's going to hit our agenda?
And I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. Sean, would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so just a really quick bit of context. When we got the CARES dollars in the first place, or the last few rounds of it, or 2 rounds of it, we focused heavily on economic aid for the restaurant industry, which made all the sense in the world. And I don't question that a bit. I think we're going to be facing different circumstances, potentially with having a little bit more of a long range focus on what we do. And I think it's going to take a long time. Well, it could take a good long time for us to educate ourselves on what the best priorities are, and engaging the towns and engaging other community players. And I just think we need to get started on that sooner rather than later. But I don't, it's not a house on fire, but it's something that I think is going to take a little bit of time.
So you're referring to any additional CARES, potential CARES funding that comes our way?
Right.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
we're talking about 1.8 million to be spent
Yes.
over the next 3 or 4 years or something like that.
Yeah. And George, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, but my assumption would be that we're going to talk about that as part of that CARES group with all the various community members the county folks, et cetera, et cetera. George, did you have any other thoughts on that?
Every municipality is going to get its own allocation. I better look and make sure I'm speaking the truth because we've got some pretty small municipalities. I wasn't thinking that the CARES group would make decisions about this $1.8 million round of stimulus money. And we have a staff group that's talking about the remaining CARES money, the $200,000 in remaining CARES money. And my understanding, Sean, from our conversation last week was that we were hoping to spend a little bit of time on an agenda probably this month to accomplish two things. One is run through ideas for uses for the remaining CARES money, and then start to frame up what the eligible uses are for this other one. And we still haven't had Treasury guidance come out, but we're able, at least at this point, to look at the law and say, yes, it can go for broadband. Maybe it can go for behavioral health. I'm actually a little disappointed because it's not called out explicitly. But thinking either next week or in the last week of the month, we might have some better information to start that.
Yeah, I also want to remind everybody that we are beginning our recovery roadmap program with the state. And so there may be some ideas that come out of that we can use the 1.8 to fund. I have a meeting with the state, I believe it's at the end of the next week, to begin the process of applying for that program. So I just wanted to remind everybody about that as well. Because I think a lot of the things that come out of that are going to be some of those big issues that the county is going to want to tackle using these dollars.
So yeah, we just don't want to lose sight of circling back around with the board and having the discussion about the best use of potential use of these funds. So I've made some notes here, and we'll make sure that we get it on the board agenda in an appropriate time.
Okay.
That's everything I have.
Maybe I should have mentioned this during the commissioner update, but it hasn't been mentioned today, and I think it's worth mentioning. The community survey was released yesterday. Alyssa, can I give you the floor just for a minute to talk about the importance of the survey?
Yeah, absolutely. So the survey is super quick. It should only take about 5 minutes for people to fill out. There's 3 ways for people to fill it out via online. The link for that is clearcreeksurvey.org. You can also fill it out by mail. Everyone in the county will be receiving a mailed survey. And then there's also a phone number for people to call in and do it over the phone if they don't have access to the internet or they don't want to write down their answers. As far as the importance of the survey, the answers to that survey are going to help us directly use resources that we have. So remaining CARES dollars, as well as applying for grants. The goal is to use data to help drive those decisions. And so the questions were created intentionally to help drive those decisions. If anyone has any questions about the survey, I encourage them to reach out to me. All answers are anonymous. There will be no names or addresses tied to the answers. So please, 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 please fill it out.
And do we know the deadline for the survey is, well, rather than guess, you probably have.
Yeah, so right now the deadline is April 15th. We're going to review how many responses we have as well as locations of those responses, probably about a week before that deadline. It's pretty flexible, so if we decide we want to extend it, we absolutely can. As far as the mailed surveys go, those are going out this week, so they should hit mailboxes next week. Yeah, so totally, right now it's the 15th, but we can extend it if we need to. Hoping to get very good participation from the community. It did go live yesterday, and I heard from the company today that we already have about 17 responses, which is awesome.
Great. Thank you. I think thank you, Keith, for indulging that addition to your update.
Sure, not a problem. And I did see a note, and I don't see it now under the Q&A, I believe, that Mitch had put up about making sure the link is still a valid link. on the survey?
Yeah,
Uh,
I saw
So
that
we
too.
actually, yeah, we had a little bit of an issue. We thought it was .com, but it's actually .org. And so all marketing materials and everything have been changed, but Mitch received an older email from me to the CCRC. And so that is probably what he is referring to. So it's clearcreeksurvey.org, not .com.
Okay.
Mitch, if you have any issues with that, feel free to shoot me a text or an email and I'll help you.
Yeah, please let us know, because if there's a problem, we want to get it fixed on the early side before we start losing responses.
One other really quick thing, Beth pointed it out, and I've also gotten a couple emails from other people. There was one question on the survey that had the same answers in the digital survey. The mailed survey is totally fine, but for the digital survey, two questions had the same type of answer and they did not match the question format. That has since been updated. And so if you had that problem and you stopped taking it, please go back in and finish your answers.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that concludes, that's the last thing on our agenda. I know that we have an executive session. And so the way this is going to work is this meeting's going to stay open. Nothing will be happening. We'll go into executive session. We'll chat for a bit. We'll come out and immediately close the meeting. We leave it open for legal purposes, but you don't have to sit here and watch us in anticipation that we would come back out and talk about anything. All of that said, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS section 24.64024F for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussing personnel matters relating to the Human Services Director position, but not relating to commissioners or elected officials or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And if you could use the link that I sent out prior to, that would be great. From this morning.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes. What am I supposed to say here? We're adjourning into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. Randy, you got something to say?
Yeah. He's already gone. I'm saying I'm just having trouble finding that link right now for some reason. I don't know if it's erased or the email. George, if you can forward that to me, I'd appreciate it. For some reason, it's gone out of my stuff.
Yes, no problem. I just found it. I'll forward it right to you.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay, we have concluded our executive session and no written minutes were made, no written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. We're also at the end of our public agenda, and so we are adjourned.
So I want to share a screen for one moment here. I've been getting worried about my hair, and I just wondered if you guys were too. I just thought about this today, looking at myself, and I was starting to get scared. Sorry.
Is that Joe Dirt or the Tiger guy?
That was
It's
Joe
coming
Dirt.
back.
Yeah, okay.
Joe Dirt.
Back. I swear to God, it's coming back. All the stores I go into, the guys are growing it. It's happening. I just want to let y'all know if you want to be cool.
Not here.
Randy, I've been noticing you are in that awkward phase of growing out your hair where there's just
I know. I said, even if I want to grow my hair really long, it's time to chop it right about there and back. I don't want to be that guy.
Get the ponytail, man. You might as well go all in.
Yeah. But I don't want to be that Mallard Fillmore stereotypical liberal college professor either. You know, if you ever saw that comic strip. So it's tough.
Patches on your coat. Yep.
All right. Well, have a great day, everybody.